Hey, chat. Hi. What is up? Right, let me check for 1 minute. What my sound sounds like. Wait, give me 1 sec. Is Chrome audio? Okay, Chrome is not in here, so then I can just listen. Sounds a bit soft, doesn't it? Let me try this. How about this? I think that's a little better. Nice. Okay, well, we got that down. What else do I need? I need my... Where is that? Activity feed right there. Nice, got it. So, today it's time. I'm so scared. I am so scared. It's time for the finale with Raff. And I have been training. A lot. But I don't know. I guess we'll see. We'll find out today. We'll find out today who's the winner of the very first battle between, you know, Raff and I. And I'm so not ready. I'm so not ready. But at least, you know, I will have tried my best. And I don't know that. I have actually been practicing already. I've had a bit of a warm-up. That's why the music's on already as well. And I figured I'd go live just a little bit before, because we're about to start at 7, but then, you know, we can play a little bit as well. So let me... There we go. That one should be turned off. That one should be turned off. Okay. Okay. Let's go. This one, I think. There we go. And then show it. That is not what I told you to capture. You can try this one. Oh, there we go. Just was a little bit delayed. Let's just try one more, right? Let's just try one more before we actually get to battle Raff. I made it pretty far a couple of times today. So I am very proud of how I already played the game. Question is it good enough to beat Raff? And we'll have our answer today. Okay, there we go. Treetop tumble. Navigate the jungle obstacles and race to the finish line. Okay, this one. First go up top. Let me see. First go up top. It's pretty much all try to be on top. Yeah. Pretty much all of it is try to stay on top. But if you fall, don't go back down. Raff, I'm not interested in your opinion. Yes, there we go. Wait till we hop into VC. Okay, never this mine. to jump there. Okay, please, 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 please. There we go. Whew. Got it. I will call after this one, like after. Or do you want to call already? Do you want to help in already? I'm not backing out of this one before I, you know, get eliminated though. Whenever you're ready. Well, I will wait then. I will wait a little. Okay, next round. What's the next round gonna be? Ooh, microphone. Microphone. Please stay. Right, I should grab like a vest or something. Because it's getting a little bit cold in here, a little bit chilly. We'll do so in a bit. Nope, we'll do so in a bit. Ooh, 2 laps again. Nice. Okay, so the previous time this went pretty well. That doesn't mean anything for this round. I know. But we'll see. I only now see that there's arrows on those weird field thingies. Left is grab. Oh my god. Thank you. No. This is terrible. Come on. Okay, that was one. Up next one. Oh my god, hate it. No, I don't want to go. Nice. Okay. 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 23. That should be doable. That should be doable. There we go. Yes. Nice. Managed. Okay. Okay. 23 remain. Okay. Let's go. I'm drinking a G Fuel, your toast. How's your head from the party of yesterday? Oh no. Watch me get sniped again. I was really high. Okay. You're fine now though? Okay, we'll see. You're not allowed to use that as like Oh no. As an excuse though. Guys, something about balance, please. 9 people need to be eliminated. So why is everyone huddled right here? Oh no. Okay, there we go. Okay. Not low. Right back. Hola.
What's going on?
Hi. Hey, Beefball. Wait, they can hear you now, right?
Quick. I'll beat you, and then we'll figure it out after.
Oh, please. Wait, give me a sec while I figure out whether the sound is okay now.
Yeah, take your time.
Can you talk, please?
No.
Thanks.
I kid.
I think that's okay. Sounds okay to me. And otherwise, I hope I'll hear it. The other day, you were barely like audible on stream. Not that they missed
tell me
anything.
How blue
but...
sounds on my stream. Wow. All right, good, pimp. You're cruising right now. You're cruising.
I'm sorry.
One-way trip to fucking Bruceville. I can lay over in Suplex City.
Let's see.
Hold on, give me 1 sec. I haven't even started up the game, I'm gonna be honest.
I downloaded Fortnite actually. I managed to.
Oh, let's go.
Yeah.
Are we gonna play after?
Yep.
I can get some of the boys on,
Fine with me.
and then you get to hear all of us at the same time talk shit.
Oh gosh. Is that stream safe?
Yeah, you should be fine. I haven't gotten banned yet, so we're okay. If I haven't gotten banned, then you won't get banned. Okay, I'm gonna...
Yeah, it gave me a lot of errors though, so I hope it'll actually work. But...
Yeah, you'll be fine. It's okay. Yeah, I'm joining. I'm joining.
I don't get any confirmation about that.
I'm fucking joining. Let a brother breathe. I woke up not too long ago.
I woke up quite a while ago.
Let's go, Owen, fire me up. First viewer, let's go. What time did you wake up? Well, yeah, like what time your time do you usually wake up? Did that make sense? What time your time?
Well, usually it's like somewhere between 8 and 9, but today was, I didn't want to get out of bed.
That's like every day. I don't want to get out of bed. I don't want to get out of bed. Oh! This cross-platform now? Oh, ew. Alright, Evan, I'm about to rip blue. About to catch dub for the boys. We want to take W's out here.
Mm-hmm. So, once
Owen
again...
was the first viewer. Squash the beef. Okay, so I think the rules... Do you want to read the rules up, Blue? Yeah.
So...
Or actually, I can pull it up if you don't have them.
When, like, the person who finishes first in a round gets a point.
Mm-hmm.
Even if the other person doesn't finish at all, that's still a point. If you win a complete match, so you win the finale, you get 3 points in total. And we play for half an hour, right?
Yeah, half an hour, 40. If it's close, we can keep going. You know what I mean? Yeah, I don't know why any of my commands aren't working, boys. Sorry. I just switched to OBS, so figure it out. Nice job, Ducky. Yeah, so whoever finishes first gets a point. We're playing for the next half an hour. We're gonna face each other. Blue thinks she's gonna win.
I so am gonna win. I have to win.
Ha!
The thing is, I have nothing to lose here.
Exclamation blue. It's just blue sucks.
Oh my god. Like a rule of win with at least 2. I hope within half an hour we will have been able to win or get past at least 2 first rounds, actually. If we can't manage to do that, then we probably shouldn't.
If you finished and I finished, do we both get a point?
We said no.
Oh, okay, yeah. So whoever finishes first gets the point.
Oh, a 2-point difference. We can do that.
Like you have to win by 2?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good idea. That's a good shout.
Thanks, Mom. Okay.
I don't have exclamation sub count. I used to have it. It doesn't work anymore.
Are we ready?
Yeah, I'm dialed.
Okay, then I'm gonna set a timer for 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay,
Well, it's 1 o'clock, so.
I mean,
Yeah.
there we go. Oh.
Beefball's been falling for 1 year, 2 months. Captain O, 20 days. Who's the real fan? Where the real people at? Okay, boys. The boys were firing me up in Discord before I joined.
Oh, they were. Oh my god.
Yep.
Nope, I was just practicing.
The boys are dialed. Frank fired me up before I got in here. Frank's like, Raff, you don't fucking lose these. It's fine.
Who's gonna keep track of the score, by the way?
Yeah, you got that, Blue. I'll try to keep track. Oh, I just left it. Yeah, yo, I literally came back from going to the bathroom and cooking up a G Fuel, and you weren't even there anymore, Ethan. You fuck.
Okay.
After this, me and Blue are playing some Fortnite.
If
So
I'm still alive.
we can fit. Yeah, we can fit 2 people.
Bram says, I'll do it so Blue always wins. And I think that's about keeping the score.
We need an unbiased opinion.
So you let me do it?
Yeah. Little traffic jam, man. Fine. Oh, that's huge for you.
Ah. No, oh no.
Oh yeah, I definitely finished.
No, no. Please. Oh, I'm
That's
sad.
1 point for the boy.
Yep, it is. Well, at least we've got this round out of the way then. This was the round I was like, oh, I hate it.
Yeah, so if I finish first, I get a point. And then if I win the whole thing, that's 3 points. She doesn't get a point because I beat her. Like in the race.
Barely.
Hey, a W is a W. We only take W's out here. It's the G Fuel. I'm fucking fired.
Drink a little bit more. Then at some point you need to go to the toilet and then, you know.
I just went to the bathroom. I'm chilling. I'm gonna kiss your lips, says Beefball. Mwah. Oh, and only take W's. We're gonna take W's out here. Oh, this is my game. No, it's not. You're on priority boarding. Blue's about to join the fucking cruise. Blue keeps acting up. She's on the cruise. Priority boarding. One-way trip to fucking Bruceville. Oh, see us. The guy just ate it.
Please, please. Okay. Stay
Fall
calm.
off.
Only a little.
I just caught a fucking... Oh, I fell off. I just caught a mean uppercut. Oh! Oh! Clutch!
Where are you at?
I'm like... I see the end.
Yeah, I see the end too. Are you kidding me? That's what you meant by uppercut. Oh my god, I am so nervous. Knock it off.
Hey, Blue.
Hi. No!
Oh, I'm about to finish Blue.
I'm done. I'm not getting there.
W. The point for the kid. Left side fade. Yeah, I caught a fucking mean one there. Oh. So now that you're out, do I keep getting points?
Yep. Otherwise you can't win.
So I have 2 points now.
Yep.
So if I win this next round, that's another point for me.
Yep.
So now she can't get points.
Please get grief. Please get grief. Please get griefed.
Nuh-uh. I actually have my,
Ooh.
oh no.
Yes.
I actually have my friend stream sniping.
Really?
Only take W's, that's what it's all about. Now imagine. Imagine they were stream sniping.
How would you even stream snipe in this?
They just queue up at the same time as us.
Yeah, but how is that useful?
Because then they can grief you and grab you.
Oh, stream snipe like that. In game.
Come on, dial in.
That would
I was
be
just to say it should be 2 for making it farther than just quit. I don't think we can go changing the rules now.
Mm-mm.
Souls. Oh, what fucking bricks.
You do realize you have to be in the beam to score points, right?
Ah! Oh, see you, game. I'll tell you what, I'm not making it.
Come on, people.
No, I'm making it.
21. 21. 22. Oh, nice. Okay. Not that bad.
People trying to change damn things. Jets back out.
Yep.
So I got 2 points.
Yep, you got 2 points.
2 rips for the kid here. Two zip. Let's go.
Oh.
How you feeling right now about your chances, Blue?
I'm gonna win.
For everyone who's not following Blue, go follow her so you can watch her lose from her perspective also.
Mm-hmm.
I'll type the name in chat.
Oh no. I don't like this one.
Yo, what, Ethan?
This is bad.
Oh, oof. We should do co-op Sims 4. That'd be sick. That'd be fucking funny. Ethan, people fucking like loved us playing fucking It Takes Two. Just send me for it. Yeah, send me.
Get up! Oh my god. Stupid bean.
Oh, ew! Who saw that? Who saw that? Oh god, ew! What a fucking move!
What did you do?
Oh god! Why isn't no pod tonight? Because we're doing it every 2 weeks. Oh, see ya. And then beefers won't be home until midnight. So you know that those little yellow boxes you have to jump on?
Well, you don't have to, but yes.
Well, I ran and I jumped off the. Oh, see ya, I fell off. Oh, Blue, you're gonna get a point here. They did.
Hey, that's the first time I made this level.
Hey, get off, kid! Yeah, 2-1. Because I got clapped by that. It nicked me last second, that one. I'll see you, kid. Owen says it doesn't count. He didn't see it. Yeah, I agree. It doesn't count.
Well, I have a vote that says otherwise.
No. Pixar, it didn't happen. I'll dial in. Don't worry. That's not going to happen. 1800 Raff isn't 1-800 Raff isn't dialed. I was born dialed. Oh
No.
Oh, are we in the same team?
I think so. So then this
Maybe.
doesn't count.
Yeah. Yeah, if we're on the same team, this is a 0.
Yep. Wait, yeah.
Beefball says we
Yep.
could do it if we have a tail.
Nope. Why are
You
you
wanna do
grabbing
it?
me? I don't have a tail.
So this is just no points?
Yep.
Blue doesn't want it. She doesn't want it. There you go.
I quite like this strategy. I just saw someone do that. This is interesting. Hey.
Oh. Hey, Blue.
Hey.
I'll take that tail from you. I took my teammate's tail. Get juked, kid. See him lob.
Wait. We're not doing very well.
No, we're gonna lose. We're out. Bruh, my nips are hard.
Oh,
but
I have a
need to-
tree.
Oh!
I have a tail. I have a tail. I managed to grab a tail.
Ew! You sweat? Oh
Hey, give me my tail back.
Oh, we're gonna lose.
Oh.
We got a last second again. Gets back out. So it's 2-1.
It's 2-1. Well. This is very interesting.
Yeah. Little 2-1 lead. L, Raff, L. Fuck off.
Who?
Fuck off. Fuck you guys. Laugh at Raff. Fuck off. You're the shitters. I'm fucking kiss you all on the lips, you fucks. Oh, oof.
Okay. Dialing in.
Yeah, dial in. Don't be silly. Lots of space on the cruise, bud. Yeah, Blue's fucking priority boarding now.
Priority boarding? What?
Yeah, on the cruise ship because you're cruising for a bruising.
Where are you
Oh,
at?
Blue gets a little head start here.
Oh, as if that matters so much.
Oh, see ya.
Damn.
The final speed boost there. I'll take those. Hey, Blue.
Hey.
Oh no.
No.
Oh no. Oh no.
Come on. Please. No! No! I refuse!
3-1. Did you make it in?
Yes.
How did you misspell ocelot 3 times? It's not even ocelot, it's axolotl, you fucking idiots.
What? Ocelot?
Yeah, they thought you were an ocelot. A seahorse ocelot. It's axolotl. Nah, beef. You guys are sped. They're arguing. Fucking asshole tree ocelot. What's her fucking thing? A seahorse ocelot? How do you misspell ocelot 3 times?
3 times.
It's an axolotl.
No, why does it give me these stupid levels?
So what happens if you die first and I don't make it? There's no points for that?
Nope. Maybe I just hold you.
I've never beaten this one, so... Oh.
I'll just pin
How'd
you
you end
down.
up making both of us look stupid? Oh. Oh, fuck, that didn't work in my favor. I watch him keep just get fucking clapped.
No! I am so confused by this one.
Oh, what a fucking... Oh, we take that. Oh. Oh, see you again. Oh.
Wait, what?
Oh.
The slime's already there? I was doing so well.
Did you die?
Yeah. But I was doing really well.
Oh, God. Oh, I fell off.
Oh my god. Okay. We backing out?
Yeah. I got bounced. I bounced, and then it fucking knocked me off. Laugh, Raff. Fuck you guys. You guys are shitters. You guys wouldn't even be up 3-1 right now. Blue, you got like 10 minutes here to dial in.
Shut up.
Shut up. A fucking amphibious. Are axolotls amphibious?
I honestly have no idea. Wait.
A fucking amphibious ocelot. Ethan, you gonna come play fucking Fort with me and Blue or what? Aren't axolotls from Minecraft? Are axolotls real things?
Axolotls are real things, yeah.
They are?
Yeah.
Alright, no idea.
Yeah, they are amphibians. Nice
Cars
to
in
hear.
Fortnite are amphibious.
What, cars?
Yeah, the Lambo, there's Ferraris. And again,
Okay.
fucking rights they are. Every time I play beat ball, he's like, "Is this car amphibious?" And then he'll fucking wheel us into the water. Yeah, if anyone wants to play with me and Blue Fortnite, hit me up. Oh, I fell off already. Ah! I fell off again. Fuck!
No!
Oh, ew, boys.
Okay. Okay.
Oh. Oh, you got that, Blue.
No, necessary.
3-2.
3-2, okay. Okay. I'm back.
How is Laugh winning? Because I'm the fucking best. Raff's blowing the lead. Yeah. Dude, because I fell right in. I didn't see that hole right in the fucking ground because the axe was covering it.
Yeah.
Fell in D's nuts. Oh, what an idiot that shark kid is. He was trying to troll and he didn't realize how many people were there.
Wow. Suits him right. Karma's B.
Oh, everyone, if I win, Blue has to swear. I forgot about that. Just that you saying B reminded me of it. Sharks are not amphibious. A shark. Fucking shithawk. They land dwellers. Yeah, sharks. You never seen a land shark? Ford hasn't. Yeah, sharks in Fortnite rip on land. Oh, how's it feel to be back there, Blue?
I didn't know you could start from so many sides here.
Oh, see a kid?
What?
What? Oh, ew, I didn't know it was a thing. Does amphibious mean it's both? What?
How did you get past that?
I'm an animal.
Please fall.
No, I'm
Fall.
Oh, I fucking fell! Oh! I fell. I fucking fell.
I saw.
I got cracked. Hey, Blue, don't fall under pressure. Oh, that was a close one, boys, right there.
Made it.
Oh, fuck. It's 3-3, boys. I'm gonna make it, though. I'm gonna spit in your mouth. 3-3. Fuck! Dude, I always get snaked. That's what, like, That's why this is a good game
Mm-hmm.
to play. Dude, I went to go jump and one of those things fucking clotheslined me.
Yep, I saw. I was right behind you.
Fucking bullshit. Fuck you guys with the L's. You guys are L's. Don't worry, the kid's gonna dial in here. I got this 5 minutes left, and I gotta win by 2. 3-3. Here's what I do: I win the next 2, and that's it. All she wrote.
Next one's probably gonna be a team one, isn't it?
Maybe. 1-800-laugh-at-Raff. You guys are fucked.
Oh, come on, Milkshake. You can... No, you're not gonna make it to the end, but you can not fall. Good job.
Go easy on Laugh. You maybe a little challenge. Fuck off, Owen. You're a little challenge. You know why it's tied, boys? I went out last night. A little tired.
Mm-hmm. Excuses.
I'm not dialed.
I thought you just had a whole phone number.
1-800-laugh-at-Raff. Yeah. Hoverboard heroes. Avoid falling off the...
I have not made this one yet.
Birds are made by the government. This conspiracy theory is going on in my chat. Do birds even exist? Are birds real?
Okay. I can do this.
Oh god, that was close.
That would have been really funny.
Can't jump. Can jump. Oh yeah, I should probably look this way. Oh, I didn't know on that. Oh god, that was fucking close. Oh, I fell off.
No, I did too.
Dude, kids, the thing is with this, kids like run and bump into you.
That was further than I've been so far, so. Good with
Yeah,
me.
like I got bumped. Fuck.
I was confused what we had to do.
You had to like jump up to the sides and shit. And then like I got knocked off. And then... Wow, for rapping white boys, I'm gonna dial in here. So we're at the time limit now.
Yep.
Does that mean we just go to whoever gets to wins by 2?
Yep.
It's 3-3. Yeah, so if whoever gets 2 points, like if it's 5-3 for me, I win. Now, first to 5, yeah.
No, 2-point difference, right? Not first to 5.
Well, yeah. First, like it has to be 2-point difference.
So you know, if it ends up being like 5-4 or 4-5, then
Hey, we keep going until someone rips the 2.
might be a very long match.
It's not.
Why this one again? This one is not fair. No.
8-6, yeah. 10-8. Roger Dodger. 12-10.
Yeah, but 11-9 as well. So you're even missing
Yeah,
a whole
that's
lot
true.
of scores.
Yeah, well, we weren't good at math. But how would you get 11?
You get 1 point.
That's true. That is true. But I only get points in bunches, so it's fine.
Okay. Where are you? You're in the front. Okay, good luck.
Oh, baby, you just got a huge boost there.
Oh wait.
See ya, Blue.
No!
See ya!
No!
See ya!
No!
Let's go! Oh my god, stop, let's go!
I don't like this level. How do you get ahead so far there?
Because you got body blocked by people and I ran past. Boys, if I win this next one,
I refuse.
Blue's cruising. She's on priority boarding, baby. Priority boarding.
Please, 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 please,
Dad.
please. Please, 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 please.
Okay, this isn't bad.
Yeah. Oh. So the only way to get a point here is if the other one falls.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
Oh, whoa!
What? What's that?
This is new!
No!
Oh, baby!
Okay, I don't like my chances here.
Ew, let's fucking go.
Okay. Okay, there's... Okay. No!
Let's go! I win!
Please fall, please fall, please fall, please fall, please fall, please fall, please fall. Fall.
I already win because you died.
Not yet, but not if you die. Fall. 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 Please.
Whoa!
No!
Oh, no!
Yes!
It's okay, boys. I'm still ahead by a point.
I want to see your face so badly now.
Fine. Dude, I got... Dude, the body blocks are insane in this game. It's okay. I'm gonna win you right here. This is way harder than it should be, boys.
At least I'm putting up a fight. I like that already. Yeah. Better than Minecraft.
Yeah, Minecraft, Blue got ran. Poor Blue didn't stand a chance. I must spit a new G Fuel.
What?
That's what my fucking cousin Ethan said. He's gonna spit in my G Fuel. Dude, that's flavor. Contaminate with diabetes juice. You don't even have diabetes. You're faking it, bud. You guys eat fucking cannolis every day. Hey, back off. Dial in.
No! I don't like this. I don't think this is rigged.
Oh yeah.
This is rigged.
You don't know what I do. You don't want to know what I had to do with the developer is.
This is unfair. This is just...
Look at the back.
No.
Oh, ew, I didn't fucking see it.
Nice! I'm trying to win a match here.
See, boy.
Yeah, you really are gonna win. I hate it. I don't wanna. This is unfair.
Okay, we can back out.
Okay.
W's a chat. Let's go. Okay, so everyone, if I win, I don't even remember what I get. All I remember is Blue has to swear. Let's see what I win, boys. I think is it in your Discord?
Is it? No, you get a command. Okay.
Hold on, you gotta wait. Yeah, Ethan, maybe if you fucking sub to me, you wouldn't have this problem. But fucking Nissan commercial. I don't even know what I win.
You win a command and me swearing. Okay, what do you want the command to say? Wait, where's I'm gonna do that first. This hurts so badly. But like more than half your points come from that one stupid freaking level.
Ooh, Blue's fired up, baby. If I win, Blue has to say fucking bitch and give me a command. Boys, what do we want the command to say? Everyone, tell me what the command should say.
Nothing against.
It's not gonna be a racial slur, Owen. We're not saying that. So, what are we thinking? It can't just be Raff is the best. Everyone says that. You just go to people. What are we saying here? Imagine. Okay. I think everyone let me know. Everyone in the chat, let me know how this sounds. Oh, I like that, Ethan. Raff is sexy. And he is the superior.
No.
He is superior to me in every way. And then put hashtag only take W's. And then put the score of the series 3-2 for me. How's that sound?
You're gonna have to repeat the first part.
Oh my god.
Wait, no, wait, where did it go? Okay, it didn't.
You want me to message to you in Discord?
Yeah. It didn't save anything. Oh my god.
The bruise ship. That's fucking hilarious. The bruise ship.
Ram asks, Raff, why do you want your command to lie?
It's not a lie. Okay, Ethan. Raff the bruiser. Raff series. Wait, fuck, what's the last part? I forget the last part.
About the game being 3-2.
Actually, no. I got the fucking best one.
Oh no. I'm so scared to see what you're gonna make out of that. Oh, hit it where it hurts.
Everyone, the command will be Raff is way smarter than I will ever be. How's that? Owen. I actually could got a Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship, but I wouldn't have made money from it. Like people, they make it so that you have to get people to download and play the game and get to like level 15.
Do you want that? Oh, just that to be the command, or should we include something about you winning the match?
Just put 3-2 after it. Ethan, get ready to clip when Blue swears.
I hate it already.
And then, you know what we're gonna do, Ethan? We're gonna make it into a sound alert thing.
No!
That people can play on stream. Yeah.
No!
Let's go!
Oh, help. It's in chat.
Oh, hold on, everyone. Let's pull up the Blue's chat.
Okay.
Nice, Amaranth is streaming. Okay.
Wait, give me a sec. It should only have like a 5-second cooldown.
The awesome. Fuck off with the axolotl shit. Let's go, boys. Tell you what, the reason it was so close is because I let it be that close to make it more entertaining for you.
You got the same level 3 times.
Yeah, and I won every time.
Still not fair. It's the same level 3 times. And thank you, people. At least we learned something today.
Alright. Swear.
What do you want me to say?
Okay, everyone, what should we have Blue say as a swear word? It has to be TOS. Everyone's gotta be TOS. As much as I would like it to be something bad.
No. TOS, yep. What do you mean? Give me a FB?
Yeah, say, Someone give me a sentence Blue should say.
Oh, I think my signal's cutting out. Whoops. No.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Okay. Just say stupid fucking bitch. Fucking bitch, fuck.
It's gonna sound so forced.
Ethan and Owen, get ready to clip this. Oh no, hold on. Ethan got a Nissan ad. You gotta relax. I'll bomb you.
Maybe I should do it
sub
right
to
now.
me.
Like, quickly.
That's okay, Owen's here. You gotta turn off immediate ads. I don't even have ads on. Maybe if you were sub to me. I don't know, like I did turn them off. I don't even have them.
Yeah, you can't have no ads at all.
I'll turn you off. Okay, just say Owen and Ethan, get ready for this. No, just say stupid fucking bitch. Actually, hold on. Say Raff, you're a stupid fucking bitch.
Why?
Trust me.
Why?
Just trust me. Just do it.
Yeah, somehow I don't.
What? I'm so trustworthy.
Okay, fine. You won fair and well, sort of fair and square.
I did. How? I didn't pick the levels.
Fine. Raff, you're a stupid fucking bitch.
Wow, Blue, that hurt my feelings. Why would you say something like that to me? Clip that. Clip that. Clip that. Wait, TOS. Everyone clip that.
I feel so bad.
Post it everywhere. Are we playing Fortnite?
I guess.
Let's play Fortnite. Ethan, Owen, do you guys want to come play? You fucking shitters.
Let's see. Wait, does Fortnite have music? Or should I put some music on?
In it's clipped. Go, baby. We watch it. Yeah, wow. Could you guys believe she said that shit to me? Shaking my head. Wow, Blue. Wow. Do you guys believe that? I'm getting her banned. Yep. Bullying. Get Frank in here. Get fucking Frank in here. Here, I'll ask him in the Discord. Oh.
I like, by the way, how twice in the series you needed a game to be repeated in order to win.
Mean?
Well, I mean, you needed you had to use that level to beat me. You can't say otherwise. I mean, we played it 3 times, and we also played Minecraft twice.
Helps you sleep at night to like make you feel better about you losing. Hey, I'm here for it. I'm here for it. Well, was it? Are you getting on, Ethan? Or are me and Blue just ripping dues? And Big O, what are you saying? Nah, I can't play. What are you? Oh, you're not busy, man. I know you're not busy. What's your Fortnite name?
Guess.
Guess it's Blue.
It's loud. Hey. Oh wait, give me a sec. I need to do the audio.
Take your time. Take your time, man.
Music's not really very much, you know, lowering.
You have to apply it.
Oh, that's annoying.
So, Blue.
Yeah.
How's it feel that you lost to me?
Shut up.
You were so fired up. I loved it.
I played Fall Guys for 12.5 hours.
The only time I played Fall Guys this week was when you were playing and we played together. Let's go, Blue!
Oh. Windows Defender Firewall has blocked some features of the app.
It's fine, let it happen. Let me know when you're ready.
Okay, I think I am. Do I need to take care of something else? It's just...
No, I think we're alright. Okay, click ready.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Oh, there. Oh, it's very, very big. How did I miss that?
The ready button.
It was big and yellow. Looked like an ad.
You know, it feels good. Feels good.
Happy you're happy. I will come back with a vengeance.
Yeah, everyone, we're gonna do this again. With new games. Hopefully new games. We're gonna have to figure it out. Well, now that you have a computer, we can play more. Hey, yo, what the graphics doing?
Regenerating
Ooh.
overshields are engaged. Use them to stay in. Yeah.
Very nice. Click E or something. Let's go, Blue!
Oh!
Thank the bus driver. Click B.
Could be.
Yeah. There it should. Yeah, let's go, Blue. All right, we're not gonna go sweaty. See my ping?
Oh yeah.
Okay. I'll tell you when to jump. Okay, jump now. So don't go all the way down. Just sort of like even yourself out for a bit and make it so you're still going forward.
How? Oh, like
W. Yeah, W.
that. Oh.
It's literally like WASD to move around like Minecraft.
Okay. Are you on the ground already?
No. I'm about to be in like 2 seconds.
Oh, in the water, it seems, right?
Oh yeah, I'm over the water.
Oh. Uh-oh. Hi. Incoming.
Yeah, there's a gun for you right there.
Oh.
Right here.
Wait, where you at? There you are. Okay.
So if you right click it, it has a scope on it. So you can rip kids.
Okay. Cool.
This guy's over here.
Oh.
You're also amphibious, so you can swim.
Nice. It's very shallow. I should be hurting my hands right now.
There's another guy here.
Do we just pick up whatever's on the ground?
You don't have to. Like, usually when I play, I get 1 assault rifle, 1 shotgun, and an SMG. You're stand still.
Oh.
No, someone else is shooting us. Oh, guy right here. Rip him, Bluekwyrm.
Oh.
Another guy?
Do I have like is there? Oh, I'm out of ammo. How do I?
Oh, I can give you some.
Oh, 60. I see.
There's another guy in front of us. You want to try kill him? He's weak. Okay, we gotta run after him. My goal is to get Blue at least a kill. He's right here. Oh, fuck. It's hard because I don't know how many bullets to put into him. There's a shotgun. You want that?
I have no idea.
Yeah, grab it. That's good.
I think it only has 8 bullets. So how can I get more?
So come upstairs. See his chest. You can open it. Hold E on it. And then sometimes it'll give you ammo. So this shield keg, it's really good because if I throw it down, it gives both of us shields.
Girl, you fly and ghetto with them brand new high heel stilettos. Girl, you fly and ghetto with them brand new high heel stilettos.
This is the best part of Fortnite.
Okay.
So if you come downstairs.
This is your
There's
first FPS, right? Yep, it is.
This is your first FPS game?
Yep.
Oh. So there's vending machines here.
Yeah.
So when you play, you'll pick up gold bars and shit. So I can get like any random item.
Okay. And gold you just pick up or is like automatically or
yeah,
you
like
also have
if you
to...
come in here, and you rip like furniture.
Oh, how do I rip furniture?
You
that.
should have a pickaxe.
Oh.
Yeah. So when you pickaxe, you'll see these blue circles, and you want to break those. Like you want to aim for those. No, I don't think he was. And then out here.
So confused.
So like when you hit, you see like the blue circles that pop up.
Yeah.
So you want to aim for those, and you'll break it quicker.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So there's in this bounty board. So if we do this, it will show us someone on the map that we have to kill. And if you click M, you open up your map. And you see that like big yellow circle?
Yeah.
That's where he's in that area. So we can go get him.
Oh, I also sprint. Wait.
Yeah, shift. We can get in a little bow at. Oh, hold E. Can I even? Yeah, we're laughing. You hit blue.
All the way back to your chair.
The first couple games we played.
What's that? Okay. Oh, that is where the guy is.
Yeah, they're up here.
How do I get off?
Hold E, I think.
Oh, okay.
So I'm gonna get them weak, and then we'll try to get you to kill. Are they? I don't think they're on the blimp. No, they're over here. Someone shooting at me. We can go kill this guy.
How?
Let's go run at him.
Where are you at?
Turn around. I'm over here. Oh, no. Ooh. So in the top right, there's the mini map. He's right here. Oh. Oh, there's another guy. Alright. Where's his other friend? Too far close to grenades. Okay, let's go kill our bounty. So if you hold, I think it might be C for you. If you like running and you hold C, you should like slide. Or it might be control. Yeah, if whatever your crouch is.
Oh. Oh. Oh, you. I don't have to hold it.
Another guy behind us? Or is that you who shot me?
That was me. I saw someone.
Oh, these guys are wheeling.
You okay?
What? Oh, they're right in front of us? I'm gonna get you to this spot behind this tree. And then we'll get you to kill her.
Okay.
Oh, there goes the tree. Here, hop on. Okay, this guy here should be a little weak. Yeah, we're from blue. This guy.
Wait, no. Hello, what are we doing?
What are you doing?
I don't know.
Oh, keep ripping him, blue. You can switch guns too.
Yeah, as if that's gonna help.
Well, oh, let's go, Blue.
Nice.
Ew, you sweat? Yeah, so they have ammo and stuff. There's AR there for you.
There's what?
Assault rifle ammo?
Should I pick that up?
Yeah. Basically, take as much ammo as you can.
Yeah, but those aren't. That's not ammo. That's a gun.
There's ammo. Oh, you would have picked it up now. Ah.
So wait, was that our bounty?
Yes. You can also, if you kill people, you can carry them. You shoot them in the head.
Why would you do
your-
that? Why?
To
Stupid.
troll people. Before, you used to be able to grab people when you down them and like shake them down, and it'll tell you where their teammates are.
Oh my god.
There's a lot of people over here. This is nice. This guy, he is gonna try to hit him.
Where?
On my thing. Oh, nice blue. That's what?
Should I go over there?
Yeah, you can go over there.
I don't know. I just picked up a whole lot of stuff. But I don't know.
Which one?
Forget. Oh yeah.
So, in the minimap, you see that like outlined circle?
The pink one.
Well, there's the pink one, and then you see like that line that's directing you to go
Oh
to
yeah.
the yellow thing.
Yeah.
That's the zone.
Okay. So we should head in there.
Yeah. Did you win? Yeah, fuck yeah, Frank, I won. Come on, don't be fucking silly. Oh, there's a guy right here.
How did you know that?
I saw him. Fucking guy go. Oh, he's over here.
Nice.
Let's go easy dubs. Yeah, Frank, totally easy. Not even a challenge for me.
We're talking about Fortnite, right?
No, talking about me and you facing. So when you hop in water, you're amphibious. So if you hold space, you'll jump in the air and you can go faster.
Oh. Like a dolphin.
Yeah. Yeah, Frank, I'm gonna play Fortnite for a bit with Blue, and then later on, if you want to play like unranked Valorant, you can definitely do that. So at under the minimap, it shows like how much time before the zone closes, and it shows how many people are left. So
Okay.
it says 10 people, but that counts us.
Okay.
So
Okay.
there's 8 people left, so 4 teams.
Okay. Got it.
And then
What are the other numbers?
How many kills you have and how many kills the team has.
Holy crow. You're a sweat.
So well, yeah, it's easy. If I was playing, I can't play by myself anymore because my KD is so high because I play with like Dilly and Cam, and they're not bad. They're good, but the lobbies they play are, and they're bad because they play on Nintendo Switch.
Ah.
There's a guy in there.
Where is there?
He's in this building. The shotgun won't work.
Oh. What else do I have?
He's weak. Nice blue. There's 4 people left. Yeah, once you get the hang of the aiming and stuff, it's pretty easy. Ew, let's go.
Wait,
We win.
what?
They died to the storm.
Oh,
Let's go!
nice. First game played, first game won. Nice.
So now we can just click ready up and we can go right back into another game.
Okay. Why?
So what are your thoughts on the game so far?
It's violent.
Yeah, that's what we like. Who knows? Maybe this might be your new favorite game.
Yeah, who knows?
Punky Poo, what's going on, baby? No, Punk, you're a fucking legend. Love you.
Oh, right.
Let me know if you're in the Valley. Yeah, Frank, I don't know. I'll play this for a bit, and then we can hop on Val. And then we'll play a game, and I'll get mad and get off.
Why did my skin change?
Oh, it changes every game. It's the default skin.
I don't like this one.
Girl, you flying.
Punk, redeem, get a kiss. Here you go, Punk. In stretch, I got you. In a hydrate, fuck. Feels like I fucking do this to Blue.
So why do we have to thank the bus driver?
Just a nice thing to do.
Oh, okay.
Just send me a text. All right, Frank, I got you. Let's go sleepy. Who wants to play Fortnite with me and Blue? Everyone, stop being silly. Come play.
How do you know when to get out, by the way?
Just wait. Like you say you'll ping where you want to go, and you just wait till you're close.
We're close now, right?
Yeah. Laugh at Raff since he caffeinated. What? He caffeinated? Oh, I get it. Oh, there's bogeys here. There's guys with us. I hate myself for that. There's like 2 to 3 teams with us.
Okay. Wait, where are you?
I'm in the apartment building.
Oh, you're in. Can I get through?
Yeah, there's a staircase here.
Okay. Wait. Haha, I can break stuff. So wait, how do I find the guns and stuff?
Just like they're on the ground. Hey, I'm button it. Gets this fun. There's like guns in here. Yeah, you basically just like run into rooms and shit. And then you'll hear like a sound, and it should be a chest.
I hear a sound, it should be a chest. Okay.
Like, yeah, after I'll turn something on in your settings so you can, there's visualize sounds.
Oh, yeah, that would be nice.
So like you can, so like if you hear someone, it'll show you what direction they're in.
Oh, yes, please.
It's made for deaf people, but that's fine. We'll take advantage of those luxuries. There's guys in here. Wait, so this is actually the first ever FPS game you've played?
Yep. Oh, something. No idea.
Where are you guys getting all these fucking facts about the fish, bro?
So wait, when it's about guns, like, when do you use what? What gun is good?
So when you're really close to someone, you want to use a shotgun or SMG.
You want to or you won't?
You want to, you should do it.
Shotgun or an
Shotgun or SMG.
SMG.
Alright. She-arcs. Because, like, when you shoot at someone with a shotgun from long range, if you fucking far, it's not gonna hit them.
Oh. Oh, that's the sound you meant.
Yeah. You can grab that SMG. That
I
combat
already
SMG
have
is
one.
not bad.
Wait,
So,
I have
and then
a...
there's birds. Right there. And it's a blue bird. So if you kill it, it'll drop you like a purple gun. I mean, if it changes from colors. Fucking beavin'. And then there's a crate in here.
And a purple gun is good.
Yeah, the auto shotgun's good. Oh, here. You can have this. Pop that. Slug her back. You can drink it.
Oh, you have to...
So
Oh,
you can pick up the grenades again. Oh yeah, we gotta sort of wheel over them.
how do I...
Hold it, like left click. Alright, let's go. What are you guys talking about in chat? What the hell's going on here? I just see, the first thing I saw was anal gland. By their anal gland. That's like the fucking only thing I saw.
What? No, don't
Yeah.
repeat that.
Anal gland?
You're leaving the truck?
Yeah, I don't like driving around in cars. I only drive around in cars if like I have to. See everyone, this is the difference between mine and Blue's chat. I don't think they would ever talk about anal glands.
Pretty sure they wouldn't.
The whole time we were playing, they were talking about axolotls and ocelots.
Yeah, I got a message about that too.
Yeah, I hate fucking beefball.
See, but that's fun.
They just spam it.
That's less fun.
I don't really want to go to the Y Beagle because there's a lot of AIs there.
What is the red line?
I honestly have no fucking clue. I think it's like if you're in the red area, like if you're on like on the red side, all things are hostile, but like AIs. But that doesn't make sense to me.
Okay.
You can also fish in this game too.
Like a fish.
Yeah, like I have a little fishing rod. Oh, yeah, here. Purple blue. Oh, he didn't. I can tell you that's Raff since I know what you are. Did you kill him?
Yep.
You're a slut.
So I
I
have
thought you ran
two
away.
bars, right? I have a blue bar and I have a green bar. Green is my health. And
Yeah,
blue
green's
is
your
shield.
health, blue's your shield, and then the one to the right of it is over shield.
Okay. Oops. Oh, there you are.
Beavers are really out here. Yo, beavers are wild. There's this YouTuber I watch, and he owns a farm. Where you at, Blue? Oh.
Here.
This guy's here. We can kill.
Oh.
He's weak, Blue. Rip him.
Oh my god. Wait, I wanna... That one, I think, right?
Yeah. Ew, Blue.
Do we have to keep shooting?
Yeah. Like most of the time, you want to finish the kill. Because if you don't, it gives his teammate a chance to revive him.
Okay.
Oh my god.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, but I'm quick. Quick. Ew, is that a heavy sniper? We'll take that. This shotgun right here is really, really fucking good. So like, if you have a shotgun, drop it for that. Yeah. Because that one's like full auto. You can hold your left click, and it'll just keep shooting.
Okay.
Let's go zone, because it's coming in. And we're gonna sit on top of there and kill people. Blue, if you could have one pet, anything in the world, and like it wouldn't kill you, no nothing, what would you have as a pet?
A pet? That's a good question.
It could even be like an extinct animal.
Well, if it could be anything, I would love a dragon. That would be great.
A
But
dragon.
but
I don't know where you keep a dragon.
exactly.
But like, say you had the facilities, you know. See what's
I
going
think an
on
owl.
with Daily Bugle.
I would.
You would
love
have an
to-
owl?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you look down here, there's those guys with the exclamations on their head. Those are like the bad AIs.
Okay, so we have to shoot them.
Yeah. We don't really have to, but we have to fight.
Where are you shooting at?
Oh, there's a guy down here. Yeah, so now they're back.
Can you shoot through?
You can like break trees and stuff. Yeah, he's so weak. He'll come out. He's right here. You can also shoot trees and shit, and they'll break. We can go kill this guy. You don't really see points. He's in here.
Ooh.
He's second. He's right here. He's right in front of me. So if you want, pull out your SMG.
SMG.
Oh, he's right here.
Oh.
Oh, fuck, my bad.
Why doesn't it keep shooting?
You gotta hold it. Yeah, take this ammo and stuff, and then we gotta go to the next zone. So, Blue, do you still feel sick?
I'm quite okay.
No more faking sick?
Oh.
I can't wait to make the thing a sound alert. I'm fired up.
I'm gonna hate that so much.
You should make it a sound alert thing. You should add sound alerts.
No.
For channel points, people can play stuff.
Well, that's okay, but not that.
Why?
I don't like swearing.
I'm telling you, that's the first time I ever heard you swear.
I have sworn before, and you were there for it.
I just probably wasn't paying attention.
Probably. I mean,
At least come, get people fired up, and then I leave. This guy's over here.
mind you. Ah. Cool. You can jump really high. I like that.
Yeah.
I still have the grenade and stuff, by the way.
Yeah, you know where we are.
Oh.
There's guys.
I don't like this
Right
one.
behind you, Blue. Yeah, right here. Nice. There's another guy right here. Ew, you sweat?
Oh my god. Reload. Nice.
There's another guy here.
Okay. There's 2 people there.
There's still that gold guy over there. We can go kill him. Yeah, he's right here.
Oh my god.
You'll get him.
There we go.
So there's 3 people left. We'll go on top of this mountain. Oh, this dude's over this way. I think the last team's over here in front of me.
Okay, coming. Already hear stuff.
Yeah, there's a guy in front of me.
Is that?
Oh, fuck.
Die.
The last guy's here. You can kill him.
Where's here?
Right on my ping. He's right here. Fucking boys. Cool, Blue.
Nice.
Back to back George W's.
Ooh.
Who are we?
Okay.
Running up.
How's the sound for this, by the way? I can't check that. Oh.
Remember to thank the bus driver.
Done.
Go here. We'll go here. The only bad thing about this game is they add some really nice skins. It makes you want to buy them.
Like,
Adam, thank you for the lurk. I appreciate that, Big Sexy. Yeah, like they added all a bunch of Naruto characters, and I bought them all. There's a lot of fucking people here. Holy. guess we like that. Oh!
There is a tank.
Yeah. Don't really try to mess with it. He'll sort of fuck you up.
I figured it's a tank.
Have you found yourself some guns?
I have a SMG
Oh, fine, fine.
and a rifle.
What are you doing, Blue?
Sorry?
What are you doing?
I was collecting stuff.
Here, I'll run to you, and I have a keg for us.
How do I get out? Wait.
Right, there's a door right here. There's also a chest right here.
Wait, what? There was no chest.
Yeah, it was. It was on top of the fridge. Come on, Blue. Dude, Blue, dial in.
There was no chest!
It was on top of the fridge.
Oh. Okay.
Girl, you fly and ghetto with them brand new. Girl, you fly and ghetto with them brand new.
Hey, PG. I'm doing good. Right now, I'm just playing Fortnite, teaching my friend Blue how to play. This is her first time ever playing an FPS game.
What is that?
But how you been?
Am I supposed to just, follow you, or what's the problem?
You can like run off and do your own thing.
I don't know. Okay.
Like you don't have to like follow me and shit. If you go down, I'll come and get you. How's the game? We're on back-to-back wins right now. But like the people we're facing, since her account's like brand new, they're like really bad. I'm gonna get Blue sweaty at this game, and she's gonna go pro and watch.
Sure. Can I drive this?
No.
Oh.
No, you could. Going pro, damn right. I don't know. I can never go pro in a game because I don't have. I don't know. I just couldn't sit there and play this game all day.
That was cool. Oh, we should have done the setting thing.
Oh yeah. After this game. Hold on here. That's just too many shots. There's a guy on me if you want to come kill him, Blue.
Coming.
He's super weak.
No. Wait, I should... That one's the close-up one. Yeah. I can't shoot with that one.
Oh, fuck. I was trying to get him weak. There's more guys over here. Do you need ammo or anything?
I'm sort of good, I think.
How much assault rifle ammo do you have?
The rifle has 20, but the
Oh, here.
SMG has 94. And the sidearm pistol has 105. Thanks.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, if I need to share anything, let me know, right?
Yeah, I'm good on ammo. So these cannons here, you can shoot yourself out of them.
Doesn't that hurt?
No. So like you click E on it, go into it, and then you right click.
Wait, how do I get up there?
You can jump and mantle.
Oh. E? And then, wait, where are you? There you are. Oh, never mind.
And you right click.
Oh, you right click. Whoops.
Yeah, you. Then you aim yourself to where you want to go. Did you do it?
Nope.
Uh-huh. Yeah, this guy's weak, Blue, down here. You can grab it. Fuck else shoot.
Wait. Oh, I'm way behind there.
No, you know, this guy like literally right below us.
Where?
Right here.
Oh.
Oh my god. I'm fucking
Eh. So if the hovercraft thingy appears, then they're dead, right?
Yeah. There's so many guys. Another guy right there. Fuck this guy. This guy's weak.
Oh, God.
The tank.
Good. Taste power is back on. Yay!
There's another weak guy here if you want to rip him. Fuck.
Oh, thanks,
You
Dave.
Gotcha. I appreciate that, Peachy.
I lost it. You
Oh, we
missed
gotta
me
go.
swearing. Wait, go? Okay. Oh,
Yeah, we
go. I see.
Yeah, Tay, I smoked her.
I mean, we had to play the same round 3 times, but sure.
Hey, I didn't pick the games, you know.
The water is so shallow. They should hurt.
No, it's fine. It's fine.
Why are you like? Oh. Is there anyone there?
Yeah,
Be careful, because the storm's coming.
fine. They don't do that much damage. There's more. This guy's over here. So, and if you look at the top of your you have like the compass thing.
Yeah,
You
there's
see
little
those
red
little red
dots.
dots?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's where people are.
Oh.
Ew. I was gonna say, what the fuck? Fuck you, Nick. Nick, I saw your text. Nick, do you want to come play with me and Blue on Fort? Or what? Don't be fucking silly.
Okay,
Did
I
you
don't
just
know.
kill an animal?
I think so. I don't know.
You just killed an animal.
I'm sorry.
Blue's an animal abuser.
My power went out 4 individual times today, each time with an extended length. Really?
What? I feel like Tay's power's always out.
Yeah, Tay has... Oh. Like, Tay's power and Tay's computer and Tay's Wi-Fi. So it's... I feel so bad.
After I'm done work. When you done work, Nick? There's a guy here that's weak. Oh, never mind. He's fucking. Cause I think I'll play a couple more games and then I'm hopping on Val with Frank for a game. Then I'm gonna get mad and get off.
Nope. Okay.
Another guy here. Purple blue. Nice, good shit, Blue. How many kills do you have?
2. But I did see quite a few assist things popping up, but it doesn't show
Yeah,
that,
yeah.
does it?
No. They're up here. Over here. Ew, Blue. His teammates should be around here.
Oh. Ooh, nice. Nice.
Oh, I had 20 kills that game.
Yeah. Nice. Right, Tay? Tay says, I'm South African. Of course my power is always out.
I didn't know that was like a South African thing.
She said, oh, sorry. They say it is. Oh.
Yeah,
I almost drowned
I'll probably
myself
do
there.
more.
One more? Okay, sounds good.
You were drunk? You said you were drunk?
No, I was almost drowning myself.
How? What the fuck?
That didn't go quite well. I wanted to drink and talk at the same time. I don't know why I tried that.
You ever just thought of maybe just like drinking the water? Then talking? This only time will be nice to Blue in Fortnite.
Girl, you fly and ghetto with them brand new high heel stilettos. Girl, you fly and ghetto with them brand new high heel stilettos. Smell like rose petals. Heard you a rock star.
It looks really weird having such like an anime style in this game.
Fuck, this game's bad for the fucking wallet, let me tell you.
This time it's an actual outage, not them turning it off on purpose. I don't know if that's better or worse.
Why did they turn it off on purpose?
Well, they have load shedding there.
What's that?
If I explain it, oh wait, I just have to jump. If I explain it correctly, or if I understand it correctly, it's to like oops, to put off some load of the company
With
of
the little
the
power grill thing?
power. Yeah, yeah. Oh, I can still skydive. Nice. I
People just shoot too early?
yeah, way too early. You're really close to a red. Wait, why are people shooting at me already?
Where you at? Oh. There, thanks, grab that chest, kid. I'll be taking the stuff. Don't worry, Blue. I killed the people who were shooting at you.
Thanks. So wait, what do I have? Rifle, shotgun, SMG, shotgun. Wait, I hear something. There it is.
Oh, you know what's crazy? We forgot that setting thing.
Again.
Because I'm still dialed.
Oh. No, that was my kill.
I keep trying to get them weak for you.
I already had done that. What do I need to heal, by the way?
Oh, here. Medkits heal like 100% of your health.
Nice. And what's the thing you use for the extra shield?
The overshield?
Yeah.
That just that regens over time.
Oh. Hmm.
Here, I have a splash for you.
Oh, coming back.
Right here. I'm beside you. I need one, and then we'll see you.
So what is better, blue or green?
Blue.
Okay.
So yellow is the best. Purple is second. Blue is third. Green's fourth, and then
I did not.
crazy.
I did not. That's not staying. I'm not hearing that. I'm
What?
sorry.
Alright, you can kill it, yeah. Oh shit!
Wait, what? There.
Girl, you fly and get up with them brand new.
Or you just teabag people when they're dead.
What's that?
When you crouch up and down. Like quick. You don't know what teabagging is?
No, why would I do that? Stupid.
Oh my god. Someone get Frank in here. We gotta get Blue off the server. You never teabagged the kid? What's going on?
Why would I?
Well, okay, actually, to be fair, this is your first time ever playing an FPS game, so... Where'd the guy go? Here. Drink those two.
Please?
Yes.
Oh. Oh, that's for even more shield.
Yeah. Those are like big pots, and they do 50 each time. And the small ones heal 25, but you can only heal up to 50 with those.
Ah, okay. I have like 277 rifle ammo.
Let me go out. I just heard someone shoot. Yeah, in here.
Finally.
Tired, Blue.
I hear. Has that winning cost so much energy? Oh.
Another guy in front of me. Probably down below. Oh my god, they aim?
Where?
Oh, I killed him. He's on the bridge.
Okay.
Oh shit, another guy. Oh my god. Oh god.
Where you at? Wait.
Below you. Oh yeah, he's on me. I'm running to the bridge, Blue. Oh, you're not even close. Oh, these are different teams. I'm hopping out with you.
Oh, wait. Hi.
Oh yeah, there's a guy coming.
I can't. Oh my god.
Oh, nice try.
Damn it. Sorry.
Nice. It's alright, don't worry about it. You can't win them all.
Would have been cool to go out on another window.
That would have been. It's alright. That guy wasn't bad. I had like 4 different guys shooting me under the bridge.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm gonna hop off. Um,
Thanks for playing.
sorry I had to beat you.
No, please. You're not sorry in the
It's
slightest.
just the way she had to be. It's the way she goes, Blue. Like I couldn't let you win.
I'm
You
gonna
know?
practice my general gaming skills.
Yeah,
I'm gonna back
practice on
so hard.
Fortnite. Practice on Fortnite. Practice Minecraft. Practice everything. Go back to the drawing board. We need to find games that like aren't one-sided.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because we all knew you were gonna beat me in Tetris and Squabble. We all knew.
And Minecraft, we knew you were gonna be.
Minecraft.
Wait, I want to play checkers against you.
Yeah. We can do that now.
You-
You want to get ripped quick?
Yeah, don't you have something?
No, well, I'm just.
You
gonna
were supposed to play
Valorant.
Valor, yeah.
Yeah, but they're on my time. They can fucking wait. They're not even on. They're not even ready.
Well, we can do it another time too. That's
Don't worry. I'll beat you quick.
okay. Wow.
Do you have a website?
I can check if the one that was yesterday. I think. Oh, I have. Okay, wait. There's this. Where are you at? There you at.
24/7 trackers, eh?
Yep.
Oh, are we in the same game already?
Should be.
Yeah. Am I red?
I think so.
Oh god, that's so loud.
Wait, I need to share that still. Wait.
Holy. Just poop my pants. Oh, it's not a drag type thing, eh?
There we go. Thanks, Tay.
Mm. I'll tell you what, there's only one fucking move I can make here.
Yes.
Well, yeah. Oh.
Wait, why
Shit.
doesn't it? Wait. It's still my turn, right? No, wait,
Oh, I
what?
fucked up. Oh, it didn't let you double jump me? Get wrecked.
Unfair.
Shit, eh?
Hmm.
Oh, that didn't make sense. Bears, what's going on, baby? I'm playing checkers right now. It's not looking good for the kid here. What? It lets you do that then?
Yeah, because apparently you have to manually do that.
Oh, baby. It's not looking good, Bearsy. Not looking good.
Oh, no, wait.
Just sent beef over the voice. Let's go. Thanks for doing that, Bears. I appreciate that. I lost. Comeback starts now.
All right, I can't go backwards. He lost very, very bad.
No way! It ain't over yet.
Ain't over till it's over. Wait, what do I want to
see.
do? Like, if you take that one. Sure, go ahead. Okay. Mm.
Fuck, good thing we didn't pick checkers for the last game. Fuck me. This is my side now.
Good luck.
Hmm.
Hmm. Hmm. What to do? What to do?
I'm just gonna drag this out.
Yeah.
I'm waiting for an opening. Hmm. Hmm. Oh fuck! I'll be back. I'm gonna go get water. I'm just gonna keep it turned on. That'll make you wait the full 50 seconds.
There we go.
Okay, fuck. One more. Relax. Again. Relax.
Okay.
I'm actually gonna try this time.
Oh, sure. Why did you not?
I don't know what. Ooh, good play. Hmm.
Hmm.
Where'd you send it to me on Discord? Yeah,
So-
after this game, I'll probably end my stream and then I'll listen to it.
Darn it.
I'm facing blue right now, Ethan. Yeah, blue sucks. Let's go. Come on, blue. Make a move.
Oh my god. Okay. Um. How are we gonna do that? You missed. You could have. You could have taken 3 of my pieces.
if you didn't move that.
Well. Mhm. This is confusing.
What?
Why didn't you take that one?
Which one?
The one that's now become like a queen.
The king? I realized it after. Oh fuck! I didn't see that. I'm all fucked up. I got people talking to me. Sometimes I'm dialed. Other times, bro.
Hmm.
Other. I'm not dialed right now. Raff's throwing. I am. I am. I can't even think right now. I got so much shit going on.
Excuses.
Fucked. Boys, I'm tossed. What do I do? Gotta sack fly the front. Okay. Yeah, no, blue's definitely fucking winning this. Hmm. Listen to beef, bro. I'm. Yeah, blue's got me. Yeah, I'm not dialed right now. I keep forgetting the kings can fucking move like that. Me and chess would be absolute dog shit, bro. Wheel, boys, wheel. Ah, shit. Okay, whatever, fuck. I'm over it. I'm over. I'm fucked either way. She got me pinned. Blue's a little fucking mastermind. Dude, Ethan, fuck off.
Wait, what did they say?
He said he says I'm LOLing. I'm laughing. Can't go anywhere. Blue's got me fucking locked in, boys. Like I'm tossed. Whatever. I'm over it. Just kill me. Put me on my misery.
Okay.
Comeback starts now.
Nah.
Blue's got me boxed, boys. She's got me boxed. I'm boxed in like a fucking Cicero phone. Ah, shit.
Where do you
End me.
wanna?
Just end me. End me. Blue, why are you playing with my feelings right now?
I'm trying to see what the fewest amount of pieces I have to lose to win this.
Okay.
But it seems I'm losing one anyway.
Let's go!
Well, wow. Well, let's well, who cares?
Yeah, I'm over it. I'm over it. I'm fucked either way, boys.
Not yet.
You motherfucker! You're such a motherfucker!
There we go.
You motherfucker! I was like, okay, I'm about to at least take out this bitch's queen, fucking king, whatever that guy's name is.
Nope.
Fuck! Well, GG's.
GG. Thank you for humoring that request. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not sure
Okay,
what yet.
I'll be watching.
Okay.
All right, I'll talk to you later.
Yeah. Bye-bye. Wow. Okay, that was quite checkers game. Where is Discord? There's Discord. Yeah, Raff, did you see? So it's 3-3, right? I wish so badly. Did you see this one already? I changed it a little though. I added some capital letters because I can't have no punctuation in my stream. I will not stand for that. Yep. Music. Right, we played without music. Whoops, sorry. Whoops. Let me also close down Fortnite because we're not playing that. Sure, remind later. Can we leave? There you go. Oh!
Goodguyraff raided the stream with 3 viewers.
Thanks for the raid, Raff! And have fun playing Valo. There we go. Easy. I think we'll just go and play some Minecraft, just some farming, a bit, you know, relaxed, laid back. We've had quite the eventful stream already. Let me close that down. Yeah, so, you know, with that, now that I don't have to practice for the matches anymore, I can actually dive into one of the some of the itch.io games that I got. Sorry, I spooked you on Fall Guys. We didn't call it smoked. You just won. That's all. But you wait and see next time. I'll come back and I'll try double absolute domination because we played the same level 3 times. 3. Ugh. Yeah. Yes. I just, you know, may I remind you of the checkers game we just played? Wait, I will get rid of the countdown to see what that. If it gets too much, I will put it back on. But wait, where is it? Stream. Raff. 0A0. Oh. You should be able to now use it again. The fact that Raff is a grammatical error makes it even funnier. It hurts. It hurts so much. It hurts so much. I hate it. Fix it? Am I allowed to fix it? Yes? Okay, I will. Oh my god. Where is it? Oh. Okay. There we go. Yeah, you were right, because I pretty much copy-pasted it from, like, what Raff sent me. Yeah, all I did was just, you know, add capital letters, but... You're slightly delayed? Aw. I feel like the delay isn't as bad as it was, like, a bit earlier. Like, when was that? Friday, I think? The lag was so bad. Why is... Wait. Why isn't Minecraft starting up? What nonsense is that? Yeah, can we launch the launcher? That would be amazing. Please? You were a whole... Oh, back then you were a whole minute behind. Wait. Wait, can we start Minecraft? Hello? I want to play. What? Wait. What do we have open? None of that should be a problem. Do we have something Minecrafty open already then? Microsoft Store? Go away. Microsoft Edge Web View? What even is that? No one knows. Paint? Nope. Go away. No Minecraft. Okay, let's try again. Minecraft. It still opens up the store. Why? What? Oh, let's see. Hydrate. Thank you. I will try not to drown this time. And the posture check. Check. Wait. Wait, gaming services is a problem again? No, it's not. I already have that installed. Repair and reset. Okay, settings. And go to apps. Oh, it's a clip. I don't think I want to know that. Oh no. Oh no. Give me 1 sec before opening that. Gaming services. Gaming services, yes. And I want to repair. Okay. Cancelled. Oh no. Oh no. I like how it cuts out in the last part, so I don't even say the whole thing. Great. That's the best part. Let's see. Repair has worked. Okay, then does that. Can I start it again? Yay! Launcher works. Power of editing. You're gonna edit the. I did say the whole thing. Help the clip. Right, Tay? Right. I feel. Ugh. So terrible. It's so terrible. Thanks. Well, at least he'll now shut up about, you know, making me swear. Yep. Let's see. Yay, we're ready to start. Nice. Hey, Steph. Hi. I lost from Raff today. I'm sad. Let's see. Minecraft is finally starting up. Nope. Don't want to show that. I want to show Minecraft. There we go. There we go. Nice. And then we have the music. And I want to show that too. And then I want the Minecraft music. And then we're gonna... yeah, sounds about right. So I've got my mic music, I've got my Minecraft music, got my Spotify. Nice. How was Fall Guys? We played the same level 3 times. I still don't understand how that worked. I still don't get it. It's just written in his favor. The stars were against me. No. Minecraft, yay. Wait, what's that? What's that emote? Sleepy Evil? Wait, you want to play Minecraft together? How is your... Did you find a place to, like, make your home? Anyways. First, I'm just gonna... Oh, you love. Yeah, it's great. You did? Nice. Let's see, what were we doing here? I was farming stuff. I have a poisonous potato. I have no idea how I got it. Well, wait. Bad omen? Right, there were people who were very, very, very annoying. And I was trying to build my house. But I don't really remember what I was doing to do that. It's small though. So much fun. Yeah, you're a small one in the game. With trapdoors, I think you can visit. Oh, the trick to make yourself like fit on, like swim under a door. Then I guess you mean, right? Fun. Let's see. Wait, what am I? Okay. I don't like how it doesn't all go at the same time. I know you have to be careful about what you harvest and whatnot. Like, farmers harvest everything at the same time, don't they? Well, yeah, not everything, but like a whole field. If they have to go pick out... Well, I think with Asperger's they don't. I'm guessing. Whips. Incredibly lucky. Found so many diamonds. Really? Nice. I should probably go and mine too in this. I can't mine in Origins. Because of the whole weak arms thing. It's really annoying. Did I pick up everything? Seems I did. Oh, not quite. I don't remember when these were done. Oh, I don't have the extra bed anymore. Oh. That's unfortunate. Oh, that didn't quite take. Okay. You'll give me your nice food and I'll give you ours. Nice. Yeah, I need to make more food on that one. To be fair, I need to play more on it. But I have been playing Fall Guys as of late because, you know. Well, you know. So I haven't really taken any time to play. No. Let me think. You need these for chickens. I need more carrots. Oh, I don't need that many carrots, I think. How many? Actually, yeah, let's make it half a stack. So I have that for breeding. I'm about to go to bed. Okay, thank you for modding, Brom. And have a nice sleep. Wait, actually. There we go. And then we can put another stack in there. Nice. A few play Origins left to give. Oh! Thank you! Thank you. I will, yeah, I need to figure out how to make the rest of the food, because up until now, I've not figured out yet how I can make, like, the sandwiches and stuff that they have been making. Because that would be so cool. I'd make a restaurant. That was kind of my plan, but then I first need to figure out how to make all of that. Oh. Hey, look at what I have. Wait. Wait. Yeah, I'm sorry. I said look, and then, you know. I have these, though. Yeah. Hi. You follow me. We have more pigs. Hi. That one. And that one. I want more colors of sheep. Hello, I don't think you want any more, do you? Oh, you do. Oh, okay. Wait, this is the edge already. I want you. Yeah, follow me. No, not all of you. And then I don't know who I already fed. That one. And, hello. This one. I love the animals in Minecraft, how adorable they follow you around. Right? It's so nice. It's so cute. Hello. Yes, please follow. Yeah. Oh. There we go. Hi. Yeah, the two of you. Hi. Okay, there's one. There's another one. Come here. Hi. There you go. Where's all my chickens at? Chicken! Chicken. Chicken 1. Chicken 2. Where's chicken 2? I had so many chickens, but they're all across the pond. And I can't get them here. So I guess I'm just gonna have to breed the chickens. Oh, egg. Hi, that's one. Oh, another egg. Yeah, but I... Surely I don't have an odd amount of... There we go. Please follow me. There's a chicken right here. Hello. Okay, which of the three of you... That was a lucky shot. So is, what do sheep wanna have again? Oh, they want that. Okay, I see. Wait. Where's sheep number 2? Come, follow me. Sheep. Sheep. Hello. Would you mind? Hello. The two of you, yeah. Okay. Yay, another white one. The white one are most useful because you can color that easily. Sheep, right? Sheep. Oh, there's all my sheep at. Wait, is that still within the border? You have to lure them in. Hello. Sheep. Sheep! Well, if you come down here, then you can get 2. So many animals. Hey, 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 hey. Hello, sheep. Yeah, well, if you come over here, I have another sheep there. Sheep. Sheep. Okay. Nice. And pigs. There we go. Also, I have quite a few of eggs. Let's... Two more chicken. So many animals. There's another beehive here. How many more sheep? Sheep. Sheep. Hello. Hello. I want you to. Yeah. Come. Come. Follow me. Follow me. Oh, so many more sheep. There's an actual, like, completely black one. I want that one. No, 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 no. Hello. Yeah, follow me. I want the black one. Please, 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 please. Don't walk away too far. Sheep. Hello. There are so many. Hi. You know what? Let me first. Oh. Get all of you down here. Wait, how do I... Let me see, what is the easiest route? It's around, isn't it? Yes, it is. Hi. Follow the leader, 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 follow the leader. Hello. Oh, wait, where did I put the gate? It's grown dark, too. No, wait, where's the black one? Wait, what? Hey! Yeah, follow. Hello? 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 Kinda dangerous now. No coming. Hi. Hello? Yeah. Hi. Hello? There we go, and then you and you. Some sheep. Hi! Another one. Hi. Hey, yeah, if you come over here. Doesn't that one still need? No? Oh, there we go. Okay, amazing. But now I have a whole lot of creatures here. Because I did not put any torches down. Oh, oops. Yep. I am pretty sure I put like a bed somewhere here. And if I haven't yet, I should. Oh no, do I really have to make it all the way home? Wait, I have wood, right? I don't even have wood. Do I have wood here? No, I don't. I... Do I have wool? I don't. Wait. I don't know how do I make shears? That's like iron and I don't know. Okay, wait, I should check that out because otherwise I'm gonna have to kill my sheep and I don't want to kill my sheep. Do iron? Okay. I should probably try to make it home. Nope, ain't interested. Nope, leave me alone. Leave me alone. Oh, I think this is a scary hill. Oh my god, you see why I say it's scary? This is why you have to be home before dark. Otherwise, the mob takeover happens. You have to go the long way. I don't want to go the long way when it's dark. Nope. Ain't interested. Okay, let's see if we can get home without being followed. So we can like immediately go to sleep. Oh, we can. You can't see? What do you mean you can't see? Okay. We want to iron. No, wait. I should have a bed, right? See, I knew I had a bed. Also, wait. Wait. Now I can. Didn't it show the screen? Bell! Wait, no, it shouldn't be here. We should put the bell up here. Let's put the bell. Bell should be outside, right? So you can bring it when you want to go in. Can I put it up here? Wait. Did someone say prime? Yeah, any primers? Any primers? Hello? Well, I mean, it's we have a bell. People can come in. Right, that's what I was doing. I was building a second floor. Any primers? Check. I have my first. I received my first prime sub. Did I tell you? Yeah, I now have a primer in my sub list. Like, yay! So cool. I kind of want to go explore. I mean, up until now, I've been pretty much doing just farming stuff, which is a whole lot of fun. Ooh. I kind of want to go explore and like mine and stuff. It's in the activity feed, right? So cool. Let's see if we want to go. Oh, I still have one. I should bring. Maybe I should bring doors in case I want to go. Diving. I don't need that. Or any of these. I should probably bring some carrots. Sounds like a plan. Bucket sounds like a smart idea. I need more. Wait. Couple more sticks. Nice, so we can make pickaxes. Exploring is fun, but I get lost so easily. Yeah, true. That's why we need... Oh, I need more coal. Well... Don't I have any? I don't have any. Oh. Well... I guess that's what I'm gonna use some of the sticks for. Oh, it's counting down! Finally. What else do we need? I think we need more wood. What's new? Right, I have birch and... I don't know what they're called. Birch and oak, I think they're called. Right here. So if I find any other wood, I should also bring that. Wait, I'm down on food again. Saturation. Okay. Give me sapling. Give me sapling. Give me sapling. Because I just want some wood for sticks. Okay. I think we've got it. So then the question is, how are we going to go explore? Do we want to go into a cave, which would mean another mining stream? Or do we want to go, like, out on sea? I do have Bad Omen, which I think is bad if you want to visit villages, right? So maybe we shouldn't do that. I see there's a very interesting cave on that side. I'm really curious to go check that one out. Also... I should probably put that in my hotbar. Looks about right. Wee. Oh, I should also... There you go. Okay, I was not... Oh, I should actually attack them. Okay, never mind. Well, that was quick. I do want to kill them though, because if I can manage to get a trident, it will be pretty pog. My saturation go a bit quicker than that. Let my health. Please. Please. Okay. Okay, let's try again. Where is it? Oh, really? Okay, I'm so dead. Okay, but that's okay. Because I know where it is. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Okay. Finally. No trident though. That's rather sad. I wish you could pick these up. Can we like swim? Thank you. Okay. Bed. On my pants. Was that all? No, that wasn't all. That seems to be all. Let's reorder then. That one there. I desperately want a trident on origins. They're so cool and without full damage. That would be amazing. That really would be amazing. These in the hotbar. I don't want Rodent Flash. I do want that one. Sounds about right. So yeah, wait, let's see. I'm not even on the way and I've already like eaten like how much bread? What else do we have? I have some chips. No. I should be fine with this, right? I have 38 carrot. Wait, that's too many carrots. Well, I'm growing them. Who cares? Really? Oh, I have more there. Okay, nice. You would fly around constantly? Oh, yeah. I really want to, like, something elytra-ish. For the origins that I'm making, I'm probably making, like, a phoenix one or something. And then that's the one I'm gonna choose. Oh. I was trying to eat. Because I wanna fly as well. Wee. Oh. There we go. That's rather sad music. I only drowned once. Please. Okay, well that's not very much of a cave, is it? Okay, let's go down. Well, then again, it's not very much exploring, is it? Okay, never mind. Let's not go down. I'll go down at some point. But we were supposed to go explore. There we go. Like, can you always fly around with, Horses. Can you always fly around when you have a trident? Or is that the because you have an enchantment Riptide that's usually on it, right? So pretty. Oh. Oh, look at that. This looks real pretty. Please don't push me off. Honestly, I have no idea. Sheep. I should probably try this one. Ooh. Right there. God, hi. Can you like explode? That would be cool. Oh. Yeah, I haven't used a trident yet. Yeah, me neither, but quite curious as to how that will work then. This is a really cool looking cave. No. No. Where are we sinking? There we go. There we go. I haven't been mining in a very long time. I think I haven't mined since we decided that we were not gonna really use the cave. Oh no. feel like that's a good reason to stop mining, but... Okay. Just a whole lot of diorite. The song works very well with cow jam. That one is nice, right? I think you're talking about the previous one. I love that one. It's so... Yeah. It's a cute song. But I think that holds for many of the Minecraft songs. Minecraft music in general is really good. Oh. HD and... We already checked this out? Yep. Oh. Okay. Anything special we see in there? Not really, right? Should be very careful doing that. I'm not a good swimmer. Point in the face. Out of all the places I could come up and get bread, like take a breather. Really? Lava? Be right back. Okay, see you in a bit. Can I stand on this? Yes, I can. Hahaha. Splashing a good sound to hear. I don't know. Okay. Nice. Okay. Now what? Where are we going? Down? How do we get back up then again, right? Oh, wait. Oh my god, please. I hear a skeleton. What? Look for the eye. Okay, will do. I forgot why I dislike. Why I dislike exploring so much. Anyway. Yeah. I don't mind exploring and like, well, I don't mind mining. I do mind all the mobs. I don't like mobs. Especially skeletons. I hate skeletons. Also, wait, can I would like some water. Once I get water? Oh, that's dangerous, right? If I want to take that. Should be able to, though. Right? Because then... I get right away down. There we go. Because that's the one I need to get up. Ooh. Okay. This is an interesting path. Okay. Okay, what's this, right? Okay, blue, we want. On the right. Always put it on the right. Wait. Wait. There's even more. Nice. Okay. I have no clue where we are right now. Oh, can I reach? I can reach. Nice. Yeah. I feel like this is exactly what we needed to calm down from, like, oh guys. Exactly what I needed anyway. Just some relaxed mining. I haven't played Minecraft enough as of late. I haven't played anything I want to play as of late. Time to change. Nice, I already have a full stack of coal. Found diamonds again? Pog! You're popping off. Oh. So much iron. What's there? I missed iron. There we go. I missed some more. There's iron right down here. Whoop. I hear so many skeletons. Okay, I see. There were so many. I have like 30 all in all now. Really? That's so many. Never had that much. I think I found diamonds once. I'm out. Then again, you know, as we already established, I'm not much of an explorer. Point in case. I kind of don't want to go down there. If I'm being very honest. Can I go up here? Okay. Still don't really want to go up there. Hey Tay, welcome back. There we go. Yeah, I mean, the question is, how do I get back home? Without dying, preferably? Ooh, there's more. Hi. Gimme. No. I want to go up. Hello, squid. Okay, how did I get here? So many glow squids. Hi. Same, I'm lost again. Yeah. I mean, it should be a matter of following the torches, but... Oh, right. What? I kinda did not want to go down here. Oh my god. Okay, how do I get there? Are you kidding me? Okay. Okay. Out of all the moments for that to happen. One, two, three. Plus I need some more of these. It was right here, right? The cave? Wasn't it? Was it not? Give me that one back. There we go. Not quite where I want to be. Well, that wasn't too difficult. I honestly just went out to get leather and then, ooh, cave for me. Nice. No, I don't really like caves that much. I don't like exploring. In caves, that is. Hey, found a way back though. I see 1, 2. Is that a baby zombie on a... I see 4 creepers and a zombie and a baby zombie on a chicken. Bye! Take me up. Please. Nice. Oh, hi, sir. Hello. I think they are so cool. As long as they're not trying to attack you, that is. That's not very kind of them when they try to do that. But apart from that, they are really cool. I really sincerely, there were, oh my god. So it's dark out here, right? And, like, my window is open. I don't have curtains. So I can see everything that's theoretically going on outside. And there was this flash of light, and I sincerely thought that it was an Enderman who had just, you know, teleported all the way over there. What? Into my window. It's not even purple. It's just light. Look at that! What the heck? Yeah, we're not going down there. Not liking that very much. I know, it's so terrible, right? How do you know you're too into a game? You start seeing stuff everywhere. Like, outside of the game. I love Enderman, they just vibing. Overall, yes. Wait, we already went that way. Okay, I'm done. Oh, that's not how you get up. Up, 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 up. Going up, 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 up. Wait. Okay. Okay, so get on the grass. Nice. Yeah, very nice. How do I get out? Huh. It was almost very dumb. The Enderman was staring at me. Did you see that? Very judging. I mean, I'm in the water, dude. You can't even get in the water, so... Still staring. I should like... Hmm. Hi. We out. Cool. So many animals. And the white horses. Hi. Okay, okay. So now what? Where's my chicken? Yes, those are my chicken. Hi. I am so sorry for never coming to pick you up. I really am. But like... Wait. Gonna sleep with chicken. Sorry, chicken. You were in the way. But yeah, you know, there's I will let you free though. Yeah, that's because you just refuse to swim along. Like, that would be so helpful if you were to do that. Don't. Ooh. Another cave, don't mind me. That's the wrong tool. Okay, another reason why we don't dig down. So much coal. Once again, don't mind me. Nope. Well. It should be under. What's the under? Whoops. I hear something fire-y, but it doesn't show up in the subtitles. This song always makes me think of, like, at least the start of the song always makes me think of like starting up one of those old mobile phones. And I don't remember which one, but I believe my parents had one of those that sounded like that. Maybe Nokia. Yeah, something like that. Nope, I'm good. This feels really cool to have like a hole like that. So much cool. Nice. I think that's it, yes. Okay. Wait. Oh, nice. So is this the backside of the island? This is pretty cool. This is a pretty cool island. Oh no, it's not the backside. I just couldn't see my island from here. brown. A brown sheep. I don't think I have a brown sheep yet. Wait, what does the brown sheep want? Oh no. Yup. We're sleeping through thunderstorms. Bye. So, wait. They need wheat. I don't have wheat. Darn. Darn. Guess no brown sheep for me. Bye. Oh, I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. But it is very, what do you call it? It's calling, isn't it? To just go down? Looks pretty okay so far. It's a dead end. Okay. Okay. Meh. Bye. I think. Nope. Nope, it spotted me. Oh wait, my food. There is a mountain there. So many sheep. Maybe I should craft a boat. So we can go far. This one looks a bit short. Not necessarily short, but it is safe so far. Emphasis on so far. There we go. Okay. That's it. Wait. Oh, right. This one. There we go. More. How much? I already have like 2.5 stacks of coal. But honestly, I don't think you can have enough coal. Yeah. Well, I don't think you can have too much coal. Because you need it for like torches and stuff. Torches are very important and you go through them very quickly. Sure. Oh, this goes down. I thought this was the end. Nope. Very interesting. Okay. This is the other one. That's the end. Okay. Torches to my left, torches to my left, torches to my left. I see. There we go. Ooh. So there is iron down there. I did bring my doors, right? Yes, I did. Let's try. Wait. I don't know, something like that. Wait, where did my door go? Can we like get in? Oh my god. Okay. So I need to get rid of this one. Let me down there. Okay, nice. Wait. So kind of like. Wait, there's more down here, wasn't there? I thought I saw. Oh. I... guess I didn't see correctly then. Okay. And then go up. Grab the door. Nice. Nice. Survived it. Survived my door play. Wow. Not sure what for. One more iron, it seems. There's a mountain. The mountain looks weird from this angle. Let's go see what that's about. Whoa, look at that. It's just floating. It's like a little roof. Pog! Less pog. This is cool. Oh. Oh, there's even more. Everything is... Oh. Oh. Me likes. How do I get there though? Just like this. Sort of. Not quite. Almost. What is this? Why is there like... Why is everything floating? Wow. Yeah, right, say? I don't know why, but who cares? Wow. How say are we gonna play this? Well, I mean, if I die, I have to go a long way. Wee. Oh my god, look at this. It looks as if it was made for it. Amazing. Nope. Can't quite go that way. Meh. I should probably start heading home. I think. This is pretty cool though. Yeah. Like right below where I'm making my where I'm building my home. Oh, no idea what that was. Squids. There's also like I think I'm gonna mine there. Like, is that what they call a strip mine? Just, you know, dig down and see what you find? I think. I can be very patient. So mine is the thing you do at Y11 for mine. Okay, well... Really? You know, I wanna go down and then see whatever I find. Oh wow, this goes down. Another one! Hi. Oh, skeleton. Nerd is mine. Whoop. Okay. Because diamonds, I think, spawn Y11 and under. Don't take my word for it. Yeah, I mean, I know there's something like that about it. I don't know the exact numbers, but you could be just right about that. Black sheep. But yeah, I think I'm just gonna dig down there and then see where we end up. Does mean I first need to find home, kinda. Just have no clue. Oh, we are pretty far away. So I want to go to negative x, positive c. Okay. Cross that again. Okay. Will do. Oh, let's see how far along we can swim. Okay. Never mind. No salmon for us. Wait, what? Wasn't... What's that? Please. Everything's doing weird stuff. Okay, no, we're good. Good to know. We're good. Okay, so I'm guessing... where are we at? That direction. Yeah, right? I don't know what that was. Oi, house. Oh, swimming a little bit faster would be nice. Usually happens when you're alone in a cave. That sound? Oh, bye. I'm not interested. I am not interested, I said. Oh no. Oh my god. I don't know where I'll spawn. I don't know where my spawn is. So scary. They should read your boundaries, right? It's gone. My loot. What's my loot like? Oh wait. Let's... Wee. I have a whole lot. I can go in there. Oh wait. I also... Nice. Oh, I did pick up an ink sac. Nice. Andesite, diorite, granite, meh. Cobblestone. Nice. Doors in there. Cool. Okay. Food. There we go. There's a dolphin. There's so many dolphins. Like right around where I have my my sugar canes. There are so many dolphins always. Tried trapping one once. Didn't work. Didn't quite work. Anyway. Let's go and make that cave. Or mine, I guess it is. Where do I want to make it start? Right there? Yeah, would fit. It'll be like no matter where it is, it'll be annoying because there will be a hole. So I think on that side it'll be least annoying, probably. Also, I should really close this gap, but right now, do not feel like it. Wait. No, that can wait a little longer. That ominous music. Okay, well then. Let's get to it. Wait, did I throw out? Yes, I did. Oh my god. That wasn't very smart of me, was it? I threw out everything. But I guess, you know, I'll probably make like a little room here where I can store some of my belongings. So I don't have to go back actually like home every time I'm mining. That's tedious. There's water here. That kind of wasn't part of my plan. And the question is, well, what are we gonna do about it? That probably means, like... Okay, no, water doesn't go down that long. So if I, like, make that room over here, then we'll be fine. Burp we go. What? Oh my god, the snipe. I knew it and I still got sniped. What are we gonna do about it? Kinda need it gone. Wait, it's on that side now? Where is it? That side. Can you, like, come out? I'm not liking this. You know what? Ta-da! Not interested in being sniped. Right? Yeah. Yeah, I don't like taking the easy way out, but like, no. I have plans. Yay, right? Just outsmart the stupid creatures. That helps. It'll go away at some point, right? Right. I hope. I don't know why I make it too wide. No one knows. Doo-doo-doo. I don't like this music. Scary. You want happy music. Nothing's gonna happen. Nothing is gonna happen. We're just gonna mine down here. And we're gonna find a lot of cool stuff. And no skeletons. I'm not gonna die. Nope. I'm not gonna die. And that's it. That's the end of it. No need for ominous music. You know what? Comforting Memories. Sounds like a great, great, great song for mining. Wait. Nice. So, do any of you have any cool or maybe not so cool but still shareable plans for the coming week? Anything that is gonna happen? Anything, you know, I think would be fun to share. Iron. Nice. That I am not ready for. Gimme. Bye. Imagine having plans. Uni is starting soon. Exciting. Ooh. What are you gonna... If you don't want to share, don't share, right? But what are you gonna study? What field are you gonna explore? Wait, it shouldn't be able to get to me, right? Very good. That's exciting. Anyway, right? That's so. Is it your first year in uni? Or are you returning? So it's April. That's kind of a weird month to start in, isn't it? I don't know. I think we would start in either like February or August-ish? September? Wait. Dirt. Well, we're at Y22. Yeah, first semester. Gonna be IT for now, since I want to go into animation and game design in the winter. Ooh. Well, but that's very useful. Like if you want to go do game design, and it's really useful to know what technical possibilities are. So if you know a little bit of how coding works, of how IT works, then that's very useful in communication. And animation, that's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be so awesome. It's still there. Oh, you know what? I'm not gonna be allowed to sleep now, am I? Ugh. Darn it. There goes my chance. I guess I'm once in again. Not gonna be. Ooh, I am. Ooh, nice. Yeah, first semester in IT is gonna be helpful. Yeah, definitely. I need that one. I need that one, and I need some more of these because I want to make a chest. I need 18, I think. So that's 2 chests. That sounds good. And I need some coal. Maybe I should pack a whole stack. I have... Nope, cobblestone. Get here. I have some cobblestone. That's good. Should probably grab some iron. Where's that spider going? I should make doors. Oh, wait. So wait, what am I wearing? I should make a chest plate. A chest plate is like 1, 2... It's like 8, right? Okay, so I want 8. And then I want 3 more for an axe. I think. Chest plate, axe. Okay, wait. Nice. And an axe. Now I have an iron axe. Neat. Just plate. Pop. Where is that spider at? Hi. There we go. Okay, so I want that one. And then I want 2 of these. And then I'm gonna put some wood in there and some of my sticks. Probably one of these. Most of those, I think. Some bread, some carrots. I don't really need a bed here, do I? That seems about right. Can I grab water here? I can. Oh, right. And then I need to create pickaxes. Because I'm out of pickaxes. So, Steph, why exactly do you first have to go into IT if you want to go into animation later? Like, I mean, as I said, it's a good step because it helps. But that is kind of an odd combination, right? Right, I should have brought... You know what? Let's go back up. And let's make ourselves a... I never know how that is called. The thing that you need in order to get rid of dirt easily. The thing that breaks extremely fast. It's only starting in winter every year, and I need something for the 6 months. Ooh, okay. Okay. Sounds good then. Yeah. But do you then need to do? I'm guessing it's also 3 years, right? So do you then need to do 3 more years when you start this winter? Or does this count? Like towards your ECTS? Your credits? So 3 more years. Aishi. I mean, it's never lost. Okay, cool. Well, good luck. You're gonna nail it, I'm sure. Do you know what kind of IT stuff you're gonna learn? Like, do you already know like a language or something like that? What's that? Cobalt deep slate. Huh? Interesting. Guess it's gonna be the most basic stuff. Java, I guess. Okay. Yeah, that's useful. Java is like one of the easiest languages to get started in. It's very versatile, even though I've always been told, you know, Java is barely used anymore. It is very versatile. Like, if you know Java, then pretty much all object-oriented languages are easy to learn. That looks so weird. I think I liked Couple Deep Slate. Maybe I'll use that for my roof. Still being taught from what I'm hearing as a basic. Yeah. It's being taught, but I'm always being told that it's never really used in a professional setting anymore. I don't know, you know, people just I feel like Java is like the Comic Sans-ish of programming languages. Everyone always hates on it and pretends that it's useless, but it definitely has its uses. That's what I think. That's my 2 cents. Oh, maybe I should eat. So wait, we are at... Oh. Y2. I want to go down to, I don't know. Probably want to go as far down as I can. Deep Slate looks really good if you recraft it 2 times. As in do the thing with the saw? Or what do you mean? Is it something in the workbench? It's so dark though. I need so many torches to keep this light just because the stone is so dark. Just put 4 in the craft menu. The cobble deep slate. Polish deep slate. Deep slate bricks. Ooh. Oh, that looks really cool. Thanks. I get this ugly deep slate. Let me put the ugly in again. Thanks. That one does look really cool. Yeah. Finally. I have come to notice I don't really have an eye for building. I'm gonna try stuff. To be fair, I mean, this is very busy, right? That's kind of sad. But, like, using this look for, like, floor or something? Also not bad. But I'm someone, I prefer light floors, I guess. It's fun. Yeah, well, it is fun, but I just can't ever make it the way I imagine it should look like. I'm not very artistic in that sense. I think your idea in Origins was super cool though, the platform. Yeah, I need to figure out what to do with that, because right now it looks ugly. You have to use the trees to get there. Yeah, I have extra high jump, right? I love it. I am using that so much. But I mean, I still am figuring out, you know, what you need a house for in Minecraft. Like, you can build all those really big houses, but in the end, you're always up and about. Take my compliment, man. Thank you! Thank you for the compliment! Also, I am slowly running out of eerie noise. Yes, that's true. That definitely was an eerie noise. Yeah, for the one in Origins, I'm still thinking about what to do. No, it needs a. Probably needs a stone roof. But the thing in Origins is the issue. I can't go mining, right? So I really have to think about. I really have to think well about what I want, because I'm gonna have to ask other people to get it for me. I don't want to keep them busy because, you know, I've decided I don't like it after all. That doesn't really work, so... Sometimes I wonder if the noise means anything, like if you're close to something. My hypothesis is that you get that noise if you're close to like a big cave. Which, you know, is reinforced by the noise of zombies right now. I can give you lots of mining. Yeah, but I don't know what I want. That's kind of the issue. So, thank you very much. I just... as soon as I figure out what I need for building, I will let you know. Right. I need an iron pickaxe. This was dumb. Why did I make the axe? Way too much gold and iron. We will be here for a bit. I was very, very, very much down, wasn't I? No. There we go. Oh, I should drink, by the way. You know what? It's almost 11:30. I think it's starting to become a very good moment to actually stop stream. I mean, I am still having a whole lot of fun. That's not the issue. Wait, I can be... that was not as smart as I had wanted it to be. There we go, and then we can put all of those in there. I have 5, nice. Then I don't have to go home. Neat. Cool deep slate. Cool deep slate stuff. Andesite stuff. Dirt. I didn't even realize it was this late. I have no concept of time. Right, I mean, if you're working like this and having a lot of fun, having lots of fun, then you tend to not keep an eye on the time. And usually that is exactly why I have my alarm set for like 11:30. But I turn it off. I turned it off the other day. So I will now turn it back on because I need that reminder. Give me 1 sec. There we go. 7 minutes. Yeah, now I know. Same time zone, gang. Yes. We can finally say that again today. Missed that. Missed that. Anyway. Yeah, I am really sad about having lost to Raff. That was I know someone we could raid. Yeah, I would love a suggestion. That would be great. I would love to oh, yeah, please tell me. Anyway, let me round off. Sad lost to Raff, but you know, we'll be back. And we'll take it on the next time. At least I won in checkers. That was kind of... Pat is streaming? Yes, we're definitely raiding Pat. I don't think I'm following Pat yet, though. Pat Foodley, there we go. Ah. Cool. Yeah, thanks. I hope you had a lot of fun. And I'm really happy to be back. I will figure out, you know, what content I'm gonna... Yeah, I really need to figure out what content I want to make, because with the match with Raff over now, I can once again stream my own stuff. I don't have to practice anymore. It was a lot of fun, but I kind of miss doing things like, you know, regular Minecraft and puzzle stuff. So I have some itch.io games that I can still play, and we'll figure it out from there. Stream was so fun today. Said I miss a portion of it. Yeah, I'm glad that you were here like now. It was a lot of fun. I will be back, I think, Tuesday, but I still have to check. Because I have an appointment at some time. I still need to check the time for that. So then it's probably Tuesday, Friday, and then either Saturday or Sunday. We will figure that out too. Thank you so much for being here. And I will go send you... Patfood is playing Dead by Daylight. Let's see. Oh, I probably need to refresh that, don't I? Yes, I do. Raid? Are we gonna raid Patfood? There you go. Please go and say hi. And then I will see you all soon. Oh, that was too quickly. There we go. I will see you all soon. Bye bye.